binder and a stapled handout. Both of those are going to be for upcoming public comment. So we'll go to Emily Urbanik from GOCO. Thanks, Emily.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director Prenslow, wherever he is. It's been great being here in Rifle. That was a tremendous event last night up at the park. For those of you who haven't met her yet, I have with me Shelby Winter, GOCO's communications intern. Unfortunately, we're losing her at the end of the month, but she's done great work for us, and this is her first commission meeting, so I really feel like we're sending her out on a high note with everything that we've talked about and with the governor showing up last night. So thanks, Shelby, for all you've done for us. Here in Garfield County, GOCO has invested over $3.5 million since inception and conserved over 2,300 acres. Recent projects, we've built a lot of school play yards here in the last 5 years, funded master plans and sports parks throughout the county. We've also invested in some impactful youth and community projects here in Garfield County, and that's really going to be the focus of my presentation today, given all the conversations that we've had over the summer really about youth and engaging youth. So Garfield County is one of our 15 Generation Wild coalitions, and in our 2015 strategic plan, it was then called Inspire, now rebranded to Generation Wild. We funded 15 communities across the state to put together local youth councils and community councils to really tell us, a statewide funder, but a funder who sits in Denver, what they want to see in their local communities when it comes to places that they want to recreate, whether in town or connectors to their state parks and open spaces outside of town, the programming that they want to see in their communities. And then for the older youth, the pathways, the internships and the opportunities that they can access to then see themselves in careers in natural resources later on down the road. So across the state, we are impacting 43,000 youth through our Generation Wild communities. And here in Garfield County, we're funding 4 communities through the Garfield County Outdoors Coalition: Parachute and Battlement Mesa, Rifle, Silt, and Newcastle. And here locally, that's about 1,500 to 2,000 youth. As we saw last night, there's really tremendous local amenities here and fairly close to town, but many youth have not been able to experience the world-class recreation assets in their own backyards, including the Colorado River, the tremendous ranching heritage that's here in the valley, world-class rock climbing, and multitude of other activities. The Garfield County Generation Wild Coalition is made up of school districts, county and municipal governments, CPW staff, nonprofits, businesses, and other agencies. And this coalition has identified several place projects, including an outdoor classroom in Battlement Mesa, a natural play area with creek access in Rifle, connections and trail projects in Parachute and Newcastle, and lots of rock climbing opportunities up and down the valley. The programming that this coalition has plugged into and developed over the last 2 years is pretty incredible. The Aspen Center for Environmental Studies, or ACES, has provided hands-on outdoor education in locations that are convenient for students, with transportation provided by the school district. The CSU Extension and 4-H enrichment programs are providing curriculum opportunities to enhance Colorado teaching standards in the school districts to incorporate science and outdoor education. Both school districts in Garfield County have expanded expeditionary learning, working with CPW staff specifically, and the Watershed Council. Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers is teaching wilderness skills through K through 12 students, and also providing opportunities for families to plug in. And finally, any coalition that is in a service area of Colorado Mountain College is really engaging with the campuses in those communities. So CMC is playing a huge role here for this coalition. And then the pathways, so those opportunities for older youth in the community include engagement with the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps.
I saw them all up here this morning.
Which are paid positions, service learning through Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers, again, paid positions. And then leadership training provided through 4-H for youth advisory councils. And youth in these advisory councils will also manage a local gear library for the entire community. So a lot going on here in Garfield County. And these are just a couple of pictures of our coalitions in action. This is a natural play area at one of the local elementary schools. And this is a Garfield County Youth Outdoors hut trip this last spring. I wanted to touch briefly on the Partners Conference and the really tremendous work that Dan Zimmer and his team have done over the last several years. CPW has partnered and developed a really strong relationship with the Children and Nature Network, which is a national organization, to build the leadership capacity and engagement of young, diverse leaders with the annual Partners in the Outdoors Conference. In 2008 and 2019, a total of 12 young leaders were able to attend the conference and really participate throughout the planning process. We were able to help pay for the registration and lodging and transportation costs for all of these 12 young people and host pre-conference professional development workshops as well. Additionally, Children and Nature Network staff moderated a session which included presentations by the young leaders to ensure their voice was heard and included a larger conversation with them about advancing and balancing outdoor recreation and conservation in Colorado. And these youth leaders were also participating in the planning committee, and that is continuing into 2020 as well. These were some of the youth that were able to attend the conference last year, and some of their sentiment included there on the screen, both from participants in the conference and then staff members from Children and Nature Network, and overwhelmingly positive experience. And you can really see the shift for those of you who've been attending the conference for a number of years now, what their impact is having on that conversation, which is really, really neat. I've talked to you before about CPW's School and Outdoor Learning Program. This is a program based around fourth grade curriculum and is offered in 50 elementary schools across the state, and is really incredible. Getting kids out of the classroom, paying for transportation, engaging with families, and getting them to their outdoor spaces. And in addition to formal programs like SOUL, the number of opportunities for youth across CPW is amazing. Last night I was talking to Park Manager Brian Paulser, and he said that last month alone, the Rifle Complex hosted 800 students in different programming opportunities. GOCO funds the Colorado Youth Corps Association through all 4 of our purposes, so that's Parks, Wildlife, Local Government, and Open Space. CYCA efforts have helped launch corps on the forefront of conservation across the state, and these partnerships have generated more than $3 million annually to deploy crews and place interns throughout Colorado. And as many of you know, conservation corps have the capacity to execute a broad portfolio of projects. This includes trail construction and maintenance, fence construction and removal, fire and fuels mitigation, wildland fire suppression, invasive species treatment and eradication, energy and water conservation, and historic preservation. So we work closely with CYCA and offer $500,000 in grants for local governments, parks and recs districts, and land trusts, and then we also fund another $500,000 of CYCA projects through CPW annually. CYCA targets in-school and out-of-school youth ages 16 through 25 to work on park and open space maintenance and improvement projects. And CYCA also hosts veterans, which is another really unique aspect of this work and all the conversations that we've had recently. And finally, I wanted to touch briefly on community-centered design and how we're hoping to elevate this concept in our strategic planning process moving forward. Community-centered design is project work by the people in the community and not work done to the community or for the community. And this picture in the background is the Westwood neighborhood in Denver, and it was a project designed specifically by the people in that neighborhood alongside park planners. So similar to the conversation we were having with Casey and thinking big and outside the box, community engagement really, community-centered design really has to be moldable and breakable, and it's not cookie cutter by community. Community members, rather than outside experts, are empowered to have a voice in their design and planning process, and it's really important that all voices are heard, especially if they don't speak English, so capturing all languages. Community-centered design was key to Generation Wild, so all 15 coalitions, which each received an initial $1 million to $3 million investment, are bringing projects to life using this process. Youth-driven, community-centered design approach to creating equitable access to the outdoors. And right now, our community-centered design projects really show up in our local government quadrant, but we are having conversations internally about how to elevate this type of planning throughout all of the projects that we fund, because it is so impactful to see what communities and youth come up with. So this is going to be a big topic for us in the next 12 months, strategic planning. And that's all I have for you today. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Emily. Did you mention what you, up by the fish hatchery, did GoCo invest in a bridge there?
Yes, so last night on Shelby's private tour of the fish hatchery, up at Rifle Falls Fish Hatchery was one of our first Director Innovation Fund projects, and it was an ADA compliant bridge, and on paper, it seemed kind of like a small capital upgrade maintenance project, and in reality, the number of visitors that come to hatcheries every year is astounding. I think Rifle Falls sees close to 10,000 visitors every year, and a number of them could not get across the creek, and so the hatchery technician actually learned how to weld to complete that project, which was a really neat aspect of it as well. So if you have a little extra time, just down from the hatchery, there's a really great ADA accessible bridge and trail now.
Thank you. GoCo does such incredible work. It's very impressive. Any questions for Emily? Commissioner Schaefer.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I saw the pathways, is that a program? And if so, like, what's the scope and scale? It sounds just really interesting.
So every community was charged to design places, programs, and pathways, pathways being that older youth component to Generation Wild. And it is the final third that hasn't been as nurtured as places and programs for, K-12 is sometimes easier to wrap our heads around. But thinking about careers in natural resources, internship opportunities, how we can really help youth in these communities see themselves in this field and make them feel welcome and give them those opportunities. And another really impactful aspect of the internships that we're funding and the coalition leaders is that they're all paid as well, up to cost of living standards in those specific communities. I mean, that's been a huge barrier that we've heard through the development of Generation Wild, is that it's not easy for everyone to take an unpaid internship or to even take a really low-paying internship. So we're trying to be sensitive to that.
Commissioner Garcia, one of our
Where's
GoCo.
Wilder?
I thought you were wildered out from July.
Talk about, can you just tell us what Wilder's up to and the demand for Wilder?
Wilder is having a very, very busy summer. If anybody is over 6'2" or has any friends that are over the height of 6'2", we're also taking Wilder characters.
We got one.
put Jeff down for a potential Wilder substitute.
Have an internal cooling.
Yeah. He's been to the Western Slope, to the Olathe Sweet Corn Festival. I think he's appeared at a couple state parks now. We're getting requests from schools and parents who volunteer in their schools for Wilder to come and show up. He's having a busy summer, that's for sure. I think he was down in Pueblo at the state fair, maybe for a little bit. So,
Any other questions? Director Prenslow.
Just want to comment, I think, thank you. Emily's used to hearing compliments, but I do want to compliment you again on the Director's Innovation Fund. That's directly to staff and their creativity, and I wish I'd have seen that or heard about that last night. I'd like to seen that bridge, but to support that, that's kind of less bureaucratic way to just infuse GoCo dollars on the ground to benefit our customers. And that really is Emily's idea, so she won't say that, but that was her baby. So it has nothing to do with director, it's Emily's. So
it wasn't my
thank
idea.
you.
I just built it with a lot of feedback and
Go
windshield
with
time
it.
from.
So, thank you.
Well, thank you. And I've talked about this with my board, about the benefits that the Directors Innovation Fund has provided for GoCo that were completely unintended. The first round in 2017, we funded a bunch of wildlife small capital projects. And then 2 years ago, we funded a wildlife small capital program through the investment proposal. And now we're not seeing those projects anymore because there's an obvious avenue with really healthy funding, internally. So we have learned a lot, and I think it's shifted our conversation at GoCo in terms of CPW's broad mission and how we can be most helpful.
Commissioner Haskett.
I just wanted to say thank you for all they do for the Youth Corps. It's an incredible experience for the youth, and it's also providing access, which is great. So I've seen several of them, and it's incredible what they do, and they have a lot of fun too.
They're amazing. About once a year, we go out and do a day with Youth Corps and swing shovels and McLeods. And the next time we put that on the books, I'll be sure to make sure that this group gets an invitation.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, Laura, I only have 15 minutes on the agenda for this conversation. We'll see if we make that. 2020 meeting schedule. It should be in your packets there, hyperlinked on the agenda.
Yep.
So it looks like we have 8 meetings kind of tentatively scheduled and a lot of conversation around them. Laura, I'll let you take it away.
Okay. The ones that are optional on there, well, when we talked last time, we had Wednesday and Thursday dates or Thursday and Friday dates. Taking the feedback that I received, and then I received some communication from 3 or 4 others, just trying to sort out suggestions and apply them where I could. I put in the conflicts that conflicted with some of the major things that Dan will be at, that a lot of the staff will be at. So those were days we were hopefully looking to avoid. And so that's what you're looking at, is kind of a compilation of all that, and at least the dates, if we could firm those up pretty well. And then if we can come, if you guys can come to an agreement on everything, that would be fine. But dates is probably the little more crucial part.
And just a little bit of background, and Commissioners Vigil and Bray will remember, and correct me here if my memory is wrong. When we first came on the commission, it was second Thursday, Friday, every month. I think we had 11 meetings. We may have even had 12.
It was every month.
We met every month, second Thursday, Friday, which was, so just to give some context, things have been changing. This is a fluid. I know everyone would like to just say, okay, this is when the meetings are every year, and we can plan everything ahead of time and around that. It is a fluid thing. So, we obviously changed winter meetings to Wednesday, Thursday, just to avoid the Friday I-70 mountain traffic for all of us on the Western Slope. So that's something that we've looked at. And then sometimes the second Thursday, Friday, or second Wednesday, Thursday of a certain month falls with conflicts from conferences and, AFWA and WAFWA and other staff obligations. So we've had to move some things around to accommodate that as well. And then we've also had a lot of feedback. We do want to do 2 full-day meetings instead of day and a half. That was pretty, I think that was pretty consistent that we heard. And then the other thing we heard a lot about was trying to have a workshop of sorts, at least a half day, if not a full day, as well. So I know, again, it used to be that the old Division of Wildlife Commission would have a meeting that was actually work meeting and then a meeting the next month that was just workshop. So trying to incorporate some of those things that we've seen work well in the past and trying to remove some of those things that haven't worked as well in the past. So learning from our experiences here. I guess let's just open the floor. I'd like to take it month by month. I know we don't want to be meeting 12 months out of the year. We also don't want to, under meet and not have time to discuss the items that we need to discuss at each month. So with that said, I know one of the last things we've talked about is opportunities to have any kind of Skype or Google video conference call-in technology type meetings, maybe 1 or 2 a year, or maybe each commissioner has an option to do that. We don't have the technology up in place to do that yet, but it is something that's been discussed. So I'll stop there and take some comments if you want to just start with January or however you'd like to do it. Commissioner Bray.
I don't have comments on January. I do, as a general rule, I thought, and maybe I slept too much. I thought we suggested a Wednesday, Thursday meeting year-round. I understand in this particular case, I think it's July, that really crowds the WAFA meeting, so that might not be practical, but I drive I-70 a lot myself, and I tell you what, summertime's just as bad as winter. So I think a Wednesday, Thursday date would be my preference.
Year-round, do we have?
When practical. And I understand, like, for example, this upcoming year in July, the WAFA conference, I don't even know where it is, but getting back by the 15th, it's tough. So I understand that particular one, but on the others, I would support a Wednesday, Thursday date every month that we meet.
I'm going to pull up the calendar next to this so we can make notes on here. Okay, Commissioner Adams.
I would prefer a balance between Wednesday, Thursday, and Thursday, Friday. For me and my work schedule, it's actually very difficult to do Wednesday, Thursday. Wednesday, Thursday. Which is very
I'm with you there.
difficult.
Wednesday, Thursday is way harder, significantly harder than Thursday, Friday.
Yeah.
Friday I can slip by. Wednesday, no chance.
And that means I have to leave on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. But, I'm not the majority, so.
Well, I could support either. I'm retired.
Can I sign up for that job? How do I do that?
I'll take them both. My only comment is that I don't think the 6 required meetings are enough. I think the optional 2 we should put in as required now. We have obviously too much to do in many of these meetings, and there's a lot of business to take care of at this commission level. And so I think it's necessary for us to do so. And I agree with Commissioner Adams' comment. Whether it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, a balance would be good. To me, the most important thing, even though I am retired, is just know what the dates are well ahead of time, so we can all plan for it. And my final comment is, even at 8 meetings, if that's not enough or whatever, we really need to move forward with finding better technology so that commissioners can participate remotely if they have difficulty in traveling for some of these meetings. And, obviously, I'm sure the agency would prefer us to be, in person. But, for a couple meetings a year, if you couldn't do so, really like to do that. We've tried it before with, like, cell phones underneath Tupperware and so forth, and it's really difficult for that person to participate or even to listen in. So, again, we have a little bit of unencumbered funds. We might make an investment in technology or provide it to the OIT staff and say, how can we join the 21st century here and provide some better technology to participate remotely.
Commissioner Haskett.
I would actually prefer Wednesday, Thursdays, but at least if we stick with the winter time where we're Wednesday, Thursday, not coming back on Friday when it's snowy, ski season, that type of thing. I do have a couple of comments on the dates. So September 3rd and 4th, that actually is the Friday before Labor Day weekend. And I think that's going to be a conflict of interest for most people. I have a suggestion of why don't we just move it to the last weekend in August? We're always having some conflict in September. It's hunting season. Our staff should be in the field. I should be in the field. Why, is there a set reason why we have to have it the first weekend or week or so in September? Or could we move it to the last week in August? And what people think about that?
My thinking on it is, that's why we did away with October, was because of hunting season. For us, to do away with September and October, it's a pretty big gap. And there's obviously, these agendas are very full. There's obviously a lot of information to get through. That's the only reason I have. Sorry, Director Prenslow can help me out here.
Yeah, and I think if we continue to not have a meeting in August, I think you could do that, or you could go late September too, because we don't have one in October. September's just tough. I mean, I worked with Jeff and Laura on that, and we got to do what we got to do. For me, I'm gone late next September. I was talking to Commissioner Garcia this morning. I thought, well, why not the 20th of September? Well, that's a problem for me next year, but it may be something that we really need to look at. So I would suggest the last week of August might be doable, depending on the global calendar. Jeff did a pretty good job of looking at that, and maybe the year after that, late September, because Labor Day weekend, there's a National Parks Conference that Margaret and I should be at right now, and I don't really want to miss that several years in a row.
So should we look at no September meeting and moving the August meeting to the end of August? Is that what we're thinking? So we just have a longer gap between the July and the August meeting. Instead of 4 weeks, it's 6 or 7 weeks. Sorry, Commissioner Barty.
Thank you. If we did that, we would be almost 3 months without a meeting, because we're meeting at the end of November. Specifically on that November date, for me, the 20th is our big annual Farm to Table Free Community Meal, which I would like to invite the entire commission to not this year, next year. And so if we did that, I would ask, it would be helpful for me a lot if we could move that November meeting to the beginning of November, possibly that first week. And then we also don't have almost a 3-month gap in meetings.
So if we moved the August meeting to the end of August.
Or the September, well, were we talking about moving the September meeting so then we'd have 2 in August before that? Or you were saying move the beginning of August meeting to the end of August?
Sorry, I misunderstood. I was thinking taking the August meeting, moving it to the end of August, no September. You're right. Then we have no September, no October. Then we have 2.5 months of no meeting.
And then we're at the very end of November there.
Commissioner Haskett.
Since we now have a 9-day break in October,
Oh, that's right.
can we not possibly have a meeting within that 9-day break?
I won't be here.
I know you
That's
won't.
right. Yeah, Bray Hill and I can only
But I
comment. We only have 50% vote.
Could it be an optional meeting if we need it, and it could be there?
What is Marie? Do you know those November? What would be the?
I have no idea.
Katie, no? Katie's coming up with it. So during that 9-day break,
Michelle? Sorry, I was just looking, I'm not as familiar with it, but there's regulation things that the calendar I have are for September. I don't know what the flexibility is with that,
I
but
think we have to meet in September. Yeah.
September does say optional on this one here.
I think she put optional because of the Thursday, Friday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that may be. Jeff, do you know September? We have regs. We need to have a September meeting, regulatory.
We could do late August. We just need to know well enough in advance to file a rulemaking notice, but we need somewhere late August or September to stay on schedule, but it doesn't have to be early September. And the November date is just
typically it's for the week following the opening of the pheasant season.
Yeah, I mean, I think the November one is tough because that one is pretty well set every year. Commissioner Hauser and then Commissioner Garcia.
Thanks, Madam Chair. You know, I think we all need to recognize that we're probably all going to miss a meeting.
Yeah, none of this is perfect.
You know, it's not going to be perfect, so if we have specific things, I know that I have at least one, if the schedule's changed, stays the same, that I'll just have to miss, or, you know, if we can bring in some technology, then that actually works, that's certainly helpful. So I would offer that. I would also just sort of offer, I would maybe gently resist Trustee Commissioner McDaniel's comment about the additional optional meetings. You know, to me, it's sort of recognize form, follow, function, but I also wonder, and maybe it's not this year, but looking at sort of an every 6 weeks, as opposed to it's got to fall in a month, you know, sort of to cascade it in a little bit of a different way so that we have enough work, but they're spread out a little bit more evenly throughout the calendar year, might be something that could be helpful depending on kind of what needs to happen legislatively and, you know, sort of during certain parts of the year. So that's certainly something I would recommend if we could think about doing that.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia?
No, I just want to keep in mind that one of the things we talked about, and tell you right, was trying to make sure that we are reaching out to some of the more rural areas, and I don't want to start missing, you know, somebody said, well, we just cancel August. Well, that's a big part of the state that we just all of a sudden toss. I don't want to do that. So I think we need to be careful before we just start saying, let's have fewer meetings or canceling meetings.
So
I'm retired too, so you just pick them and I'll be there.
So it sounds like we're okay with January, Wednesday, Thursday, the 15-16. March, Wednesday, Thursday, the 18-19 as shown here. January in Denver, March in Aurora. I love that idea of moving that around a little bit. May 7th and 8th, which is a Thursday, Friday in Fruita, which we usually do in Grand Junction, so that'll be a nice change. July, well, sorry.
We step back to June.
Yes, I was just, come back.
June is, GOCO would like very much to have a joint meeting with us in June. GOCO's calendar, I don't know, maybe Emily helped, but I have their calendar, and they're showing their board meeting was going to be the 18th and 19th. We have 11th and 12th. I'm sure between you and the people at GOCO, we could decide which of those work better. I don't know. 18th and 19th is a problem for us. It looks like we've looked at 11th and 12th.
Emily, do you have thoughts on those?
Historically, we have always let the commission take the first stab at calendaring your meetings, and then we will do our best to schedule around them.
Commissioner
June.
Beadle had suggested that with what's going on with Crazy French, that might be a great opportunity for GOCO and Parks and Wildlife to get together in June.
June, GOCO, CPW joint meeting. Do you want to do 11-12 or 18-19? 12. Jeff or Katie or Laura, any conflicts there? Staff feels okay. Director Prenzo? Earlier. So, Emily, would 11-12? In Trinidad, Pueblo?
Trinidad?
You got that, Laura?
I don't know if we still needed the October break. It looks like for 2020, between October 15th and October 20th would be, so the 15th is a Tuesday, so basically really the 15th through the 18th for weekdays.
Wednesday. So it'd be the 17th and 18th of October,
If it was a Thursday, Friday, yes.
or 16, 17. Okay. Okay, so that's June. So it sounds like we've got agreement on January, March, May, now June 11-12 in Trinidad, Pueblo, Laura, whatever you can make happen. Commissioner Adams.
We're all going to be together for the Partners in the Outdoors Conference in April. So I'm just curious if we can add as another optional day, either one day meeting before or after. I think that could also help with just, you know, the different representation and stakeholders that come to that. It could just be one of the biggest meetings that we hold. So something to consider.
I'm gonna make that note. April, one day as needed in Vail. Okay, so then July. Are we okay with July 16, 17 in Durango? Okay. August, we currently have August 6 and 7. Do we want to jump and push that into late August? And then basically have that be the August-September meeting? Jeff, is that,
You're going to dump Salida or you're going to dump somewhere out here. That's my concern.
so that would be Salida. Go ahead, Director Prenzel.
Slide it was optional.
Yeah, I think that always dangerous on the fly. If you're going to do one, you got to do the other. So you're either going to go to late August and then guarantee you're going to do one in October, or you got to stay in August and stay in September and leave October. And that's what I mean. I think we really have to do September. So if that's August, then you're going to be back in October. And I'd recommend leaving what it is. I did look, that's just my opinion, for the National Parks Director and OFWA, if you look in there in September, that's why it's early, so we can all accommodate commissioner and staff for that. But if we move that in, we could move it in August again, but then you're pushing that 2-month thing, so.
Commissioner Bray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Even though personally it won't affect me, I would stay away from an October date. We have not had a meeting in October forever, because it is hunting season, and that's a big part of our constituents that want to interact with this agency and this board, and it's a hard time for our constituency to, so I would stay away from October meeting, I really would.
Commissioner Hauser and then Commissioner Schaefer. Sorry, Commissioner Vehil, then Hauser, then Schaefer.
It's not only our constituents, but our staff. That's the busiest time for our wildlife officers to be pulled out in October, I think, because they are stretched pretty thin as it is, and they work pretty hard, so.
Hauser? Sorry, Commissioner
Thank you,
Hauser.
Madam Chair. I just would point out that the distance between July and August is really short. So I'm hopeful that stays optional and we don't need it, but it is really close in proximity. So again, if we can, in the grand macro scheme of planning in the future, just put these, 6-7 weeks apart, then you've sort of solved the challenge. We're not trying to put something in every month or skip a month or whatever. We're just spreading them out a little bit.
So would your suggestion be to move the August to the next week? So that would be the 13th, 14th of August? And then have a September, maybe mid-September? Which is tough because it's archery.
I'm recommending
only
no
8.
August meeting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's compared to 12, there's only 8 meetings, which is good. So
You have a mountain college in Salida that's
Commissioner,
going to be.
Commissioner Schaefer and then Commissioner Haskett.
I would encourage folks to keep the August meeting as an option, and given the fact that there are a litany of conflicts in September, this date seems to be the only realistic option.
Director Prenslow.
I hate, we forgotten, didn't even list it. There's a tri-state meeting in late last week, August, too. So there's a, I would suggest we probably leave that and we drill. Again, I like that one. The problem, I think Commissioner Hauser's got a great point. The problem is September every year because there's so many other conferences in that. So it's that last week of August and first 3 weeks of September are just brutal, so.
The little one outside definitely does not want a meeting in September. Commissioner Haskett.
Okay, on September, I just have one suggestion, because that is Labor Day weekend. Can we do a Wednesday, Thursday meeting? So everybody can be home for the last holiday weekend.
I see nods. Staff, is that okay?
When are the sheepdog trials?
Not till after
3rd through
Labor
8th. So that'd be September 2 and 3 is
Okay.
what we're switching that to.
And that wasn't, I'm sorry,
Laura, please go ahead.
and that wasn't totally set in stone till after this year's, which is going on right now. But that was the day they anticipated they would, or those were the days they were anticipating.
It always starts the Wednesday after Labor Day, so we're good.
Okay.
Oh, great. Okay, and then no October, November, I understand the 20th is tough, but November, I think that's, we always do it that 3rd weekend, so from a hunting season perspective, I think that's the one that works best. Sorry, No, we're at 8 meetings.
Pheasant hunting, come on.
We're at 8 meetings, well, 7 with August looking like maybe it's optional, is what I'm hearing. But are we at 8 meetings? Sorry, I need clarity here. Are we at 8 meetings, or are we at 7 with August being optional? So
We
I've
added
got
June.
I've got January, March, May, June, July, August, September, November. So you want both June and August to be optional? Is that what I'm hearing? June is GOCO.
I would suggest we confirm June if we're going to talk to the
Okay.
GOCO board and then leave August.
So then do you
optional.
want August to be optional? Is that what I'm hearing? I'm seeing nodding. August is optional. So we have 8 meetings with August being optional, so potential of 7 meetings. Is that, Laura, is that all good?
What did we pick? for
We do have to,
Do you mind just saying the ones?
please, yeah, do you want the full dates too, or just the months? Okay. January, Wednesday, Thursday, March, Wednesday, Thursday, May, Thursday, Friday, June, Thursday, Friday, July, Thursday, Friday, August, Thursday, Friday, optional, September 2nd, 3rd, which is a Wednesday, Thursday, November 19, 20, which is a Thursday, Friday.
Right. And then where do we land on April?
April is a 1-day in Vail as needed.
Okay, so that's an optional,
Yeah, optional.
potentially.
And just a comment on April. Thank you. It's, I actually like the idea. I wonder if, because I don't know that everybody attends partners, but it could be, we've got some subcommittees going on right now. I mean, it could be noticed opportunity when some of us are together to do some of those working group things as opposed to official commission meeting, which involves a lot of cost and expense and staff and everything else. And I think the CPW staff is pretty ensconced in partners as well, so I'm just sensitive to that. So maybe it's a kind of a tweener.
That could certainly be efficient. I like that. Thank you. Director Prenslow.
I absolutely tend to agree, because it's not everybody attends, and so if it's an official meeting, it'd have to be a quorum, so it might be a good in-between. I like the idea, because a lot of people will be there, but,
Commissioner Garcia.
So we've confirmed locations, I think, up through Durango and potentially optional Salida. Have we picked location for September? Is it Meeker?
Meeker.
I would too. I just want to make sure that that's the agreement.
Meeker's the goal for September.
And it doesn't run into the sheepers. Okay, we're good. Okay.
Jake, does this need to be an action item? Okay. It's listed on here as an action, but we can just, okay. Okay, great. We're generally, nobody's happy, so we're good? Perfect. Okay, that means we did it right. Okay, Alan Vitt, talk to us about the Sangre de Cristo elk herd management plan.
Good morning, Madam Chair, directors, and commissioners. My name is Alan Vitt. I'm the Area 11 terrestrial biologist based out of Pueblo. I'll be presenting 2 draft elk herd management plans today. The first is E27, the Sangre de Cristo herd, which is located in south central Colorado, southwest of the town of Canyon City. For reference, Salida is in the northwest corner, and the town of Gardner is on the southeast corner. It is 940 square miles, with the Sangre de Cristo divide making the southern and western boundary. The northern boundary is the Arkansas River and Highway 50, with the eastern boundary being Great Creek, Highway 69, and Pass Creek Road. It includes 3 game management units and contains portions of Chaffee, Custer, Fremont, and Huerfano counties. Land ownership is primarily private, with 53% being in private ownership. The rest of the land ownership is split between the United States Forest Service, the Bureau of Land Management, and the State Land Board. CPW leases several of the State Land Board parcels for public hunting access. This means that 44% of the DAU is open to public hunting. Elk habitat in this DAU varies from peaks over 14,000 feet to irrigated hay fields in the valley floor. The DAU is an over-the-counter unit for bull elk hunting, so we do not regulate the number of bull elk hunters in the DAU. This graph reflects the Sangre de Cristo herd's modeled population estimates and objectives from 1983 until 2018. Since 1983, the population has ranged from 1,600 to 3,400 animals, reaching its peak in 2005. After the adoption of the last herd management plan, CPW has been moving this population towards objective. This has been difficult as most of the public land is high elevation summer range and the lower elevation winter range is private. By increasing cow harvest, CPW has reduced the herd to its current modeled population of about 2,100 elk. Like many other elk DAUs in the southern part of the state, we have observed a general decline in cow-calf ratios for this DAU. Cow-calf ratios have ranged from a high of 60 calves per 100 cows in 1985 to 20 per 100 in 2018. Since the majority of the DAU is private, we conducted extensive landowner outreach before drafting this plan. We used county assessor data to identify landowners who owned more than 35 acres and mailed 270 of them a paper survey. We received 86 completed surveys back. To gather hunter input, we surveyed 896 hunters who applied for licenses in 2015 and 2016, and we received 155 responses. We also held a public meeting in Pueblo that was advertised in local papers and with notices at local gas stations and convenience stores. Game damage caused by elk is a driving factor in the management of this herd. Since 2012, CPW has been meeting with local landowners to address this damage. At our 2018 meeting, we presented the findings of our outreach and discussed future management options. Those in attendance felt that CPW had mitigated their damage complaints and that the current elk population was acceptable. They agreed to support the staff recommendation to increase the population size objective. This means that the majority of the landowners and hunters supported an increase in the elk population objective. We also asked stakeholders to rank their concerns from a list of issues. Top concerns were loss of habitat to development, game damage, and elk seeking refuge on areas that were not open to hunting. Another issue identified by both CPW staff and the local Habitat Partnership Program Committee was movement of elk between E27 and E11, the DAU that is directly to the west of this herd. Movement of elk between these herds poses a management challenge because the movement is unpredictable and hard to offset with harvest. For example, elk move from E27 to E11 during the hunting season, and cows cross into E27 in the winter prior to our classification flights. As always, we are concerned with declining cow-calf ratios. Based on the feedback we received from stakeholders, CPW staff is recommending an increase in the post-hunt population objective for this DAU. This new objective, if approved, will encompass the current model population of about 2,100 elk, and CPW staff believes this objective balances hunters' desires with the high potential for game damage in this DAU. Since this is an over-the-counter DAU, we expect the sex ratio to be between 18 and 30 bulls per 100 cows. CPW has limited ability to affect several of the issues identified by stakeholders and staff. However, we'll seek any opportunities to conserve and enhance available lands while working on hunting access and habitat improvement where feasible. For game damage, we will use dispersal licenses and our local Habitat Partnership Program Committee to address complaints. We have a calf survival study in E33, the DAU to the south of E27, and this study may give us some tools to address the lower cow-calf ratios. The population is currently within the recommended population objective, so there will be no management changes. We will examine and adjust antlerless licenses to maintain the population within the objective. Before we start the second plan, does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Alan. Commissioner Vehil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Alan, was the HPP committee in agreement with your plan?
Yes, we have received agreement, and they were supportive of the staff's recommendations.
And they're helping landowners with mitigation of elk damage?
Yes, they work directly with habitat improvement projects, fencing materials, and other tools at their availability to manage elk damage complaints.
Do they use hazing?
Hazing is one of the first things that we give as an option. CPW, through its game damage program, makes available either pyrotechnics or often propane cannons that emit loud noises, that kind of stuff, to try and drive the elk out of the fields back into the uplands.
And I suppose that works one time.
It works until they get used to it. It's based on a random timer, so it's hard for them to get used to it, but after several weeks, then you have to change it or move it around.
Commission,
I really am in agreement with that plan. That looks good, I think.
thank you. Commissioner Bray.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. I think this is a good plan. One question, then I have another comment. Due to it's pretty low cow-calf survival rate, there's no question about it. Are you considering early season limitations on cow elk, or are you already there?
We discussed that, but prior to the approval of this plan, our population was above the objective, so we were trying to get as much harvest as possible. If we modify the population objective, we will consider possible limitations during the earlier seasons.
Okay. And I wanted to comment, to me, this is a kudo. On page 6 of your draft, you have a map, and it overlays the winter concentration areas, the migration corridors, et cetera. That's excellent. I have not seen that in a lot of plans. I think that's kudos for that. I think going forward, if we could even overlay more information in this type of a map. For example, trails. Trails is a big deal anymore. If we could overlap the concentration of trails on these winter ranges, the migration corridors, the calving areas, all sorts of things. As those issues continue to mount in our agency, that information would be really helpful to make decisions. But this is a good map. I appreciate that. I've not seen this in a lot of management plans, but it can even be more. Thank you for that, but that's a good map. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, let's move to the Grape Creek Elk Herd Management Plan.
Okay, on to the second plan. The E28, the Grape Creek herd, is located in south central Colorado, southwest of the town of Pueblo. The town of West Cliff is about midway down the west edge of that, and Walsenburg is in the southeastern corner. It is about 1,550 square miles, with the northern boundary being Highway 50, the eastern boundary being Interstate 25, and the southern and western boundaries being Highway 69 and Grape Creek. It includes 2 game management units and contains portions of Custer, Fremont, Huerfano, and Pueblo counties. Land ownership is primarily private, with 70% being in private ownership. The rest of the land ownership is again split between the U.S. Forest Service, the Bureau of Land Management, and the State Land Board. CPW does lease several of the state land board parcels for public hunting access. This means that 26% of this DAU is open to public hunting. Elk habitat within this DAU varies from peaks over 13,000 feet to cholla grasslands along I-25. I want to note one key difference between E27 and E28 is that E28 is a totally limited unit for bull elk. So we set bull elk license numbers and manage the cow-calf ratio, or the cow bull to cow ratio in this unit with a sex ratio objective. This graph reflects the Grape Creek elk herd's modeled population estimates from and objectives since 2005. Since 2005, the population has ranged from about 2,100 to 3,100 animals, with the population reaching its peak in 2009. In an effort to address game damage complaints and to reduce the population to objective, we increased cow licenses starting in 2008, and the increase in cow harvest reduced the herds to its current modeled population of about 2,100 elk. Like many other elk DAUs in the southern part of the state, we've observed a general decline in the cow-calf ratio for this DAU. However, the decline in E28 has not been as dramatic as in other parts of the state. The cow-calf ratios have ranged from a high of 50 per 100 cows in 2005 to a low of 25 per 100 in 2017.
Do you mind if we hold questions to the end?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Thank you.
As with E27, we also conducted extensive landowner outreach and again identified landowners who owned more than 35 acres. We mailed 770 landowner surveys and received 215 completed surveys back. To gather hunter input, we surveyed 1,690 hunters who applied for licenses in 2015 and 2016 and received 269 responses. We also discussed E28 at the public meeting in Pueblo. The majority of landowners and hunters supported an increase in the elk population objective. During the public input process, we also asked stakeholders to rank their concerns from a list of issues. Top concerns were elk seeking refuge on areas that are not open to hunting, housing development, and hunter access. The major concern from landowners was damage caused by elk to fences, and another issue identified by CPW staff was the declining cow-calf ratios. Based on the feedback from stakeholders, CPW staff is recommending an increase in the post-hunt population objective for this DAU. This new objective, if approved, is slightly above the current modeled population of 2,100 elk. CPW staff recommended that the sex ratio objective be maintained at a current level and will manage to the lower threshold of the objective range to accommodate more licenses on the landscape. CPW staff believes this strategy balances hunters' desires with the demand for licenses in this DAU. Again, CPW has limited ability to affect several of the issues identified by stakeholders and staff. However, we will use the same tools identified for E27 to seek opportunities to conserve and enhance land and habitat, as well as provide increased public access. We will use game damage licenses and our local habitat partnership program committee to mitigate damage to fences. We will meet management objectives by adjusting licenses on an annual basis. Initially, to raise the population level, we will reduce antlerless licenses. Once we reach the lower end of the objective range, we'll increase the licenses to maintain the population within objectives. Currently, we are slightly above the bull cow ratio objective and will increase licenses to maintain the ratio within the objective range. Thank you for your time, and are there any questions?
Thank you, Alan. Great job on these. Commissioner Vihil.
I find it kind of unusual that the ratio of this great creek, the cow-calf ratio, is better than the one to the north, to the unit north of it. The trend downward isn't as bad, but yet if you go to E33, it's really bad.
It's really
Why
bad.
is the one in the middle doing better?
Actually, E28 and E27 are on the same latitudinal line. They're just right next to each other.
Right.
This one might have more irrigated hay fields and that kind of stuff to improve the population level. But we don't know why the differences are there.
Are there less predators there?
This is right in the middle of E28 and E27 are both in our mountain lion study area. So at this time, we are increasing the mountain lion population for that study. So I won't say there are fewer predators on the landscape, but possibly different habitat, more expansive, less constrained in those small ranges.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schaefer.
I just want to say it's great to see in the survey portions of the drafts, seeing landowners supporting moderate increases in populations. I think it really speaks to staff's work with landowners, which being at this place and having folks wanting more elk in the landscape is just a great place to be in.
Commissioner Garcia.
I'm sorry again, why, the recommendation is to go above the model?
Yes, it's increase the number of elk on the landscape. Because that's what the hunters and the landowners both wanted on this landscape.
Okay. All right, Commissioner McDaniel.
First compliment you on the great background and depth and data that you presented today. Very, very, very well done. Like Commissioner Schaefer, very pleased to see that and I know it's a heavy lift, to get the landowners, the hunters, everyone together and support an increase in the herd. We don't see that very often, so compliments to the staff and everyone for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to public comment. I do have quite a few blue slips. I've tried to categorize them into, so I'm going to do recreation and wildlife conservation. Sorry, was there? Oh, okay. Initiative 107, Basalt Shooting Range, Brelamont, and Steamboat Trails Project. Okay. You will have, when you come up, you'll have 3 minutes, and you'll have, there'll be a timer that you'll see up on the screen. So because we are a little behind, we'll try to hold you to that 3 minutes. So if you want to go over, it better be really compelling. Robert Chattel, is that how you say that name?
They go over the 3 minutes. Hi, all. I go by Bob, and a bunch of you already know me from my work in the Wildlife Council. Speaking today just strictly as a sportsman, wanted to cover a personal thing for me, which is basically the decimation of the frying pan elk herd, which covers GMU 444, 45, and 44. And you've probably heard a bunch of this stuff, but we've somehow have the dubious distinction of making news all the way across the ocean in Great Britain. The Guardian did an article on conservation pointing out the Vale elk herd a couple of years back. Our wildlife biologists were able to count over 1,000 elk in their aerial survey. Last year, the number was 53. And what we've seen, I personally witnessed this decline. 10 to 15 years ago, the groups that would hunt the backside of Basalt Mountain would routinely bring out 12 to 15 elk. And in total, and we've seen that number plummet over about the last 5-7 years. And of course, last year we couldn't hunt at all because of the Lake Christine fire. The year before that, I conferred with my hunting friends. We all bump into each other in the woods. They had one cow and one doe. The year prior to that, we didn't even see an elk. And it's a big change for us. I live on the flank of Basalt Mountain, and I spend a lot of time up there. I first rode the Basalt Mountain Trail on a mountain bike 15 years ago, and frankly, I don't think anyone knew about it. We never saw any tire prints or anything else like that. And of late, I mean, again, prior to the fire, literally I've seen up there scouting during the summer and autumn months up to, literally 100 mountain bikes over a time frame that will wander from the trail, take off in other sections and stuff like that. We've all seen or read the studies, the Wisdom and other studies, and Bill Aldridge, CSU professor, did a great one right in this general area back in the 80s and 90s. And they did the same kind of thing. They deliberately intruded on cow elks and radio collared cow elk, and decided to see, okay, if they got up or moved, that was the mission. Well, they found if that disturbance occurred 7 times, 30% of the calves would die. Up that number to 10 times, and 100% of the calves die. I'd like to offer some ideas, rather than just sort of complain about it, if you will, on what we may do to address this. One, I'd like to see some way, and I have no idea how this could be done, for our wildlife managers to be able to address the issue with scofflaws that are in there busting seasonal closures. This is kind of the big deal. We need to up the education level with more than just the signs that we just have put out, by the way. I think they need to be 4 times as big, and with 1/4 the amount of information on them, explaining why we have seasonal closures. A concerted education program like we do with the Wildlife Council, I think, would be something quite worthwhile. I don't know how you'd fund it. But my time is up. Any questions, or wait till after?
Questions now, if we have any questions, comments from the commissioners. Bob, thank you. This is a big topic, and we now are hearing about it at every meeting, so I appreciate you keeping the pressure on. Okay, Scott Braden, Recreation and Wildlife. Hi, Scott. Welcome.
Hi, Chairwoman and Commissioners. My name is Scott Braden. I live in Grand Junction, Colorado. My comments really do echo what Bob said, and in some ways he probably articulated it better than I will. But I do want to endorse what he said. I'm also a member of the Colorado Office of Outdoor Recreation Advisory Council, although I'm here speaking for myself, not that body. I'm a hiker, a rafter, a boater, a mountain biker, skier, camper, four-wheel drive truck driver to get access to all the aforementioned activities. And although it's a little scary to say it in this room, I'm not a hunter and I don't fish, at least not very well. So I'm a recent dad, and sharing all these things with my daughter is one of the great joys of life so far. And although somebody else will hopefully teach her how to hunt and fish, I think there's some programs for that here, right? So most years, our family tries to buy a CPW pass. Even though as a family, we're not huge users of the state park system, we like to make that purchase because we believe in it as an investment in the wildlife and recreation management and other important work that Colorado Parks and Wildlife does to make Colorado such a special place. Outdoor recreation, I think, as everyone here knows, is a huge part of what makes life here in Colorado so terrific. However, outdoor recreation, as we also know and are increasingly aware of, is not without impacts, and those impacts are getting harder and harder to ignore. We all have impacts when we recreate outdoors, whether we are recreating on a knobby tire or a hiking boot. And anyone who tells you otherwise has just not seen the scientific evidence. Outdoor recreation can improve health, bolster transitioning rural economies in places like where I live in Grand Junction, support our quality of life. However, crowding, trail capacity, and wildlife impacts are a growing concern in this state. Just last week, as Bob talked about, we saw the news reported internationally about what happened to the elk herd in Vail. And it's kind of like the roads. So that recreation, the kind of problem, the kind of impacts between wildlife and recreation are not the kinds of things that we can easily solve. The demand for outdoor recreation is only going to increase, and it's probably limitless. It's kind of like roads on the Front Range. You can't build your way out of it. So I think as a state, I see I'm almost out of time, we need to have a good faith conversation about what sustainable outdoor recreation looks like. We have to talk about unpopular concepts like restraint. We need to not just talk about building more outdoor recreation infrastructure, but also how we manage and maintain what we already have and how we can pay for our needs and who is taking responsibility. So my ask to the CPW Commission would be to keep engaging with this issue, to grapple with it. You guys are well situated as an agency to be a convener and help move the way forward. You already do with the co-op and adoption of the outdoor principles and partners of the outdoors, but keep up the great work and please expand it. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Any questions or comments for Mr. Braden? Thank you. Okay, Steve Lohr, Initiative 107.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director Prinsloo, and Commissioners. My name is Steve Lohr. I'm a member of the steering committee for the Colorado Stop the Wolf Coalition. It's a genuine grassroots effort to engage the concerns that people have for the presence of the wolf on the Colorado landscape. We are in a rapidly changing landscape, both politically and literally. The wolf is of significance to us because of the potential it has to seriously damage, if not destroy, so many aspects of Colorado's wildlife management and livestock economies. While the presence of the wolf in Colorado in varying densities has an air of inevitability, the management outcomes, if this animal becomes established, are not conclusive. And artificial release is unthinkable. Decisions we make now will have far-reaching effects on the future of our resources. We have watched the developments and difficulties in other states, and we do not want Colorado to have to live with the same errors. For example, recently in Washington State, contentious factions over wolf management cannot even sit face-to-face for fear of violence. Let's hope we don't view this issue as too nuanced to be handled appropriately or too politically charged to confront rationally. The filing of Initiative 107 poses some fundamental questions that will have to be answered either now or in the very near future. So it will benefit everyone to be thinking about them. Regarding the standing 2016 resolution opposing the release of wolves, what, if anything, has changed the position of this commission? If nothing has changed, what would preclude the same resolution if said initiative would pass? Specifically, as it pertains to the management of wolves, have agreements been made that politically impair the quality of the decisions made by this commission as they pertain to managing Colorado's wildlife? Has staff prepared and explained in any detail the effect on ungulate herds if wolves become as widespread as they are in parts of Idaho and Wyoming? The wolves to our north are northern gray wolves that originated in Canada. The wolves to our south are Mexican gray wolves. Neither subspecies is native to Colorado, so any talk of reintroduction is false. Does the current commission still hold to the 2016 resolution of no introduction of wolves, or has, as has been incorrectly applied, reintroduction? We would appreciate any remarks the commissioners would like to share that are pertinent to the current state of affairs. Thanks for your candor, and we look forward to productive dialogue. I will entertain any questions, and I just would like to make one other remark. I went over the wording in 107 last night, and one of the instructions is that the commission is to keep wolves on designated areas. I don't even know how you say that with a straight face. Wolves will go where they want to go. So this is a very critical question for this commission.
Thank you, Mr. Luhr. Any questions, comments for Steve? Thank you. Thank you for being here. Okay, Ryan Mahoney and Auden Schendler from Town of Basalt and Aspen Skiing Company.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for having us today. I was going to ask, just for sake of saving time in writing, that both Auden and I would be able to speak at a full 3 minutes if we needed it.
I think that's fair. Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
So first wanted to just say thank you for having us again. I understand that the town in part yesterday received award for our part in the Lake Christine fire, and I completely agree. Our first responders have done an awesome job in that valley and keeping us safe. I also want to express gratitude for the work on the ground that happened last winter as it related to the Citizens Committee. You know, I think we made some good strides in finding resolutions and hopefully have a path forward for dealing with both short-term and long-term solutions at the Lake Christine shooting range. Coming out of that, as it relates to the short-term recommendations from the Citizens Committee, our council heard those and had some suggestions. We had sent a letter to Mr. Romansky and also copied this commission with our recommendations. And I wanted to reiterate those today just to make sure that those are being heard and you understand what our position is. So the first is just the days of operation on the range. The recommendation coming from the Citizens Committee had varying hours depending on the season. And during the height of the season in the warmer months, particularly during hunting season, it was going to be open 7 days a week. We still feel very strongly that having a closure on the range 2 days a week, just given the proximity to the town, and the issues that we've had at the range is reasonable ask. We'd like that to be extended to one weekend day. And we did have that arrangement over the last season, and it was well received by the community, and would just ask that consideration be forwarded in the future as well. We also wanted to just reiterate our thoughts about Stage 2 fire restrictions and the importance that when those are put into place, that the range be closed automatically. You know, we've had 2 fires out there. We're still dealing with the aftermath of the fire. We have had a debris flow down into the downtown that we are mitigating, but nonetheless, the heightened risk is still there. So we would like to do what we can to keep that from happening in the future. And then the signage on the range, there's a few different types of signage. I think some of them were conflicting. CPW has made a commitment to getting new signage out there, but it was an extended time frame. So we just wanted to encourage that to be done as quickly as possible, just so that folks that are using the range really understand what the rules are around the uses there on the range. And then finally, we are very much committed to pursuing a long-range plan, and that's what Auden is going to talk about a little bit. But the town has budgeted money this year to help find solutions for short-term. But then we've also budgeted monies in our capital improvements plan over the next few years. Right now, we have a placeholder for $500,000, and I think it's going to take a bit of a village, which would include you all, perhaps Eagle County, to really find a long-range solution there. So with that, my time's up, but Auden has a few words to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Questions for Ryan before Auden comes up? Thank you. Commissioner Hauser.
Just thanks, Madam Chair. Just quick mechanics. I don't recall, or maybe it was, I don't know, remember the timing of what you submitted to us to review. You just gave a synopsis of that. So
Sure.
either if it could be, Laura, recirculated to us just so that we have it currently. I don't recall
I'd be happy
when
to
that was, so-
resend. The
Great.
letter
Thank
was at
you.
the end of June or so was the time frame.
Yeah, I just did a search as well, and I wasn't able to find it. So.
Okay, yeah, I could
That'd be great.
resend it. I think I sent it into your email that then gets distributed to you all. So
If you can resend it to
sure,
the CPW.
I'd be happy to do that. Yeah,
Thank you.
Thanks.
Auden Schendler, thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm representing Town of Basalt here as a town councilman. You know, this shooting range is basically in the middle of town, and tracer rounds fired from this range caused a fire that nearly burned the town down. Now the range is closed due to mudslides from the fire. So this is a challenge for the community. It's a public health challenge. It's a safety issue. It looks like a classic New West, Old West conflict where you've got the rednecks against the East Coast pinhead liberals. It's not. The town recognizes the range as cool. It's been there since the 40s. It's part of our economy. We have a gun shop in town. It's a good thing for us. One of my friends is an ex-Marine who is the #1 shot at Parris Island. That's cool. And he uses the range. He's responsible. The problem is this has become basically a common sense issue, which is it's nobody's fault. The town has encroached around this shooting range, and it doesn't make sense to have it in the community. So what we've asked of CPW is that there be a good faith effort to relocate the range. And this is going to require some creativity. It might require use of public land. It might require public-private partnerships. Basalt is open to that conversation and to contributing money, and will help raise money for it. We feel somewhat blown off by CPW in terms of response to this. One response was, it's going to be too expensive. You can't do it, $5 to $10 million. And we get the sense that we should just go away. But the community, it's too much of an obvious issue. We think that there should be a really concerted, good faith effort to relocate the range. And if you can't relocate the range, let's throw the same creativity and effort into enclosing it. Again, this is not a cultural conflict. It's just evolution of the community around a range. And there seems to be ample opportunity to think about this, but I think we need to do it with direction and effort and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Auden? Questions, comments from the commission? I certainly would like to say I'm personally very sorry that you feel blown off by CPW, or not you personally necessarily, but representing town council. I understand there's been a number of town meetings and a task force. So I hope those things, my understanding from the presentation yesterday for awards and recognitions, that those activities are continuing in full force with as much gusto as they started with. So I'm sure those activities are going to continue, and I'm sure we'll continue to have conversations. So let's make sure we have a follow-up and get that done. Thank you. Commissioner Hauser?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just as a member of the broader Roaring Fork Valley community, I would just echo and at least offer my support and hope that the commission will continue to support long-range conversations and innovative approaches to how we might find a win-win in this. I think the comments were appropriate and, a constructive approach to figuring out this is not a quick fix, and there may be some opportunities down the road.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for making the trip. Larry Emery, to also talk about Basalt Lake Christine Fire. Welcome, Mr. Emery.
Thank you. And just want to thank the commission for all the good work that they do and the opportunity to speak on this issue. Just in full disclosure, I was honored to serve as part of the citizen committee put together by CPW to look at what recommendations to do short-term and long-term on that range. I can tell you that that group took the mission seriously. We looked long and hard at alternative locations. We had overlays based on where the majority of usage came from, what's the density of the population, what are the access issues, what's available on public land, on private land. The Forest Service had folks there. We had people from BLM. CPW was obviously involved in all of that. We examined the state lands there in detail, walked the ground and looked long and hard at what we could do. If there's a better location, we're all for it. The issue is we couldn't find one. We did look at least 3 different public parcels and approached those folks without success. We looked at the state lands that were there, and the wildlife impacts were going to be too great, so we really couldn't do anything on that front. On a separate topic, one area of agreement from all stakeholders was that the best and safest place for shooting to occur was in the controlled environment of a range. And what we didn't want to do was put great limitations on that, and the activity's not going to stop, just where it occurs is going to change. So we were against policies that push that activity out into other public use lands. We thought that was worse for the community as a whole in terms of safety and the experience of, you don't want people out shooting next to your hiking, biking trails if we can avoid it. And then the associated issues that come with that, if people are putting out targets and not picking them up, or not picking up their brass, or hanging targets on trees, and we want to avoid all those kind of issues. So we came up with a recommendation on scaled hours based on usage, and we felt very good about that. We thought it was a good compromise to all involved, but if we can certainly come up with a better alternative long range, we're more than happy to work with the town of Basalt and all parties to come up with a better location if possible.
That's great. Thank you, and thank you for your time working on this project.
Okay.
Any questions, comments? Thank you. Tim Wolf, and one of the handouts that were, I think it's the binder. Is it the binder? Yep. Isn't it? Okay. Pertains to, welcome, Mr. Wolf.
Yeah, thank you for having the citizens be able to speak to you about all our issues. I've got this binder that I put together for all of you. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the Berlamont project. It's a private development that would be north of Edwards, Colorado. And what that is an in-holding piece of property. There's 680 acres there. Developer would like to put in 19 luxury homes, and he's asking the Forest Service if he would have the opportunity to pave a 2-lane road straight up into that development. Historically, it is a winter range. If you look into the binder, you'll see a map here, the Berlamont Estates. If you thumb through this, it's about halfway through. But you'll notice that there's a red line there that would be a road that they would like to have up into their property. That is critical winter elk habitat. It has a seasonal closure in there for the last 17 years, as I understand it. There is no motorized vehicles through there. And in lieu of all of the habitat issues and elk herds, mule deer herds taking a hit here in the state of Colorado, it's just deplorable that this would be allowed to be even entertained to happen. They are working with, the developers working with the Forest Service to try and get this going, and the developers come up with the ANULCA law that Jimmy Carter put into place, and that he feels grants him the ability to build a reasonable road for his reasonable properties. We all disagree with that. Scott Fitzwilliams is the forest supervisor at this point, and he is working on a decision that's going to come out here in the next month or so. We've had pretty good media blitz with this. I personally have taken this on myself and have been working with the Wilderness Workshop. They would like to have been here today, but they had another event going on. Peter Hart is their attorney, and he's very good and would have loved to have been here. Anyway, I put this thing together for you guys to review and go through. And you'll notice on the very back of it that I've got some talking points here that Peter had written up that you guys could look over, that maybe if you'd like to engage with the Forest Service and talk to them about this and say, you know, is this really reasonable? And dig into it a little bit more. Your officers are well aware of this that work in our valley. Devin Duvall, I believe, is the officer that's wildlife officer down there. Bill Andre, that is retired, is well versed on this and has been helping to get this thing stopped. And we're just asking for a little input and a little help from you guys. Feel free to go through this and look through it. Peter Hart and the Wilderness Workshop, I think. Contact information is down the bottom here on this page of the Buck Burlamont deal. So, and then also, I found online, I know my time's up, but I'm going to very briefly, I left you all a photo, I believe, should have been in the box that I brought. Teddy Roosevelt and John Muir. It's got a little phrase on the bottom. This is when they were at Yosemite and they had a little 5-day camp out, and they decided national parks would be a great thing. That's how that came about. Teddy Roosevelt wrote a little quote on here. It says, "I do not intend that our natural resources shall be exploited by the few against the interests of the many." I think that is very valid with this development and a lot of the development that's going on in the state of Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
One last thing I'll say. With the ANULCA law, if this is approved, this could set a precedent nationwide because it would be a federal decision. So something to think about. Thank you very much for your time. Enjoy your day.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Any questions?
Yeah, is there any
Commissioner Garcia.
Yes, sir.
Is this available electronically?
Electronically?
This information that you provided us, and I tell you honestly, I'd like to give you the notebook back.
Oh, okay.
I'm not crazy about plastics, number one, and certainly not using paper. If we have it electronically, I'd prefer to have it that way.
I don't have this actual binder set up electronically, but a lot of this information is with the Wilderness Workshop. If you want to Google them and look on their stuff, and they'll talk about all the stuff with Burlamont.
And I can get that contact from you during the break?
You can.
Okay, thank you.
I think in general, the comment from what I hear is just in general, we prefer to get things electronically if you ever can. It's not easy during public comment to do that, I understand.
Right, okay. Well, sometimes people are sitting around and sitting there and they can look at it.
Thank you. And I did notice there's a letter in here from Governor Polis as well, so.
Oh, yeah. Check it out. It says other people.
I don't know that we often engage directly with the Forest Service. I know that oftentimes we will provide comments to Eagle County. I don't know if Eagle County is the one that would be offering the permit, but sounds like JT Romansky could tell us more about this.
Thank you.
Thanks, JT.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So a little bit of history. This has been going on for at least 6 years or so. We've been engaged since the very beginning of this, both with the county, both with the Forest Service, and some of the other constituents and groups that are both in favor and opposed. As with most land use comments, it starts locally on the ground to start to put some analysis into some of the issues. and then we comment back on that to see if there's ways to minimize or ameliorate some of those impacts to wildlife. We've provided, I think, at this point in time, 3 formal comments, and that's primarily to the Forest Service. I continue to meet with Scott Fitzwilliams and others to try and come up with resolutions that will ultimately, hopefully, mitigate some of those impacts. So we've been deeply invested in this project, or process, I shouldn't say project, process for the last few years. So as you do have time or you have questions, as always, feel free to reach out to me, and I can brief any commissioners with whatever you guys might need.
So it sounds like we are engaged,
Absolutely.
and public comment is that they encourage us to continue to engage. Is that accurate? Okay. Commissioner McDaniel, did you have a question?
So what did our comments say, JD?
Well, I'll tell you, essentially, it's winter range on the southern side of the interstate over there, no question about it. This is an area, probably our biggest concern with this has to do with the increased recreation on some of those winter landscapes over there. It already occurs at a pretty significant level. Our concern is that, having a new road up there with multiple access points and not having some kind of a seasonal closure and those kind of things, we're working closely with the Forest Service on that. We also have concerns about just movement of animals through those landscapes, so we've worked on the design of the road to try and minimize some of those impacts. We're also working with the developer and the county on certain ways, like what types of plants and trees you should plant, trash removal for bears. We've got a significant amount of things that we've been working on to address.
Thank you. Since I called note, thank you, JT.
Yeah.
Since I called note to the binder handout, I forgot, I'm sorry, the other handout that you had on your desk, the impacts of off-road recreation on public lands habitat, went along with Bob's, is it Shettle? Good enough? Close enough? With his comments earlier, so just wanted to call that out. Howard Levitt.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on the Burlamont Estates as well. My name is Howard Levitt, and I'm a 45-year resident of Eagle County. I'm a hunter and a fisherman, and I try my best to enjoy both with ethics and conservation of this resource in mind. I also would like to draw your attention to an issue that we in Eagle County are grappling with that poses a very serious threat to a big game population that is already in a precipitous decline. I don't think I need to bother you with the evidential numbers, since you as a commission already know all of these facts and all the data better than anyone. I do hope that you can, however, wield whatever influence you as a commission might have to impact a decision by the U.S. Forest Service on whether to allow a luxury home developer with an in-holding, as we know as Barrelmont, to build over 4 miles of 2-lane paved roads smack dab through the middle of what is now designated as critical winter range for deer and elk, as well as other sensitive species, including sage grouse and lynx. We all know that there are over 10,000 people a month moving to our state, and it would seem that this assumed manifest destiny of building and development and all the human activity and disturbance that follows is putting greater and greater pressure on all of our natural resources, and of course the job that you folks have to do. The numbers are there. Your own wildlife biologists have confirmed it time and time again. And anecdotally, as a hunter who has spent years in the field chasing these deer and elk around, I can tell you, it just ain't there anymore. Not like they were in years past. And it really breaks my heart, because this is something that just doesn't have to be. We can handle it. We feel that approving such a road, such as this proposed Burlamont project, is antithetical to the mission of our natural resource managers, including the U.S. Forest Service and you as the Wildlife Commission. This closure on south-facing slopes north of I-70, as has been detailed by the game management officer there, is home to the second largest migrating deer herd in the state of Colorado. And that's exactly why the U.S. Forest Service, based upon input from your own people, designated this area as a winter wildlife closure in their official Forest Service plan. And now, for the benefit of a single developer and 19 trophy homes, none of which will be primary residences, the Forest Service is considering lifting that closure to approve this damaging road. ANILCA does in fact require them to provide access, but access does already exist. And the impacts of a paved year-round road and the required disturbance to build it, not to mention the more than 200 projected trips daily, will be devastating to the wildlife that need this undisturbed winter range in order to survive, to thrive, and to propagate. We've already received support in the form of strong objections from Governor Polis, Senator Bennett, Congressman Neguse, as well as our own representatives in the state capitol. We'd like to ask your support as well, and if possible, your input, more input to the Forest Service in the form of a motion or resolution of some sort opposing any decision that would abandon existing wildlife closures that are so critical. Please help us protect our lands, our herds. No one else can speak for the wildlife except for you. You must not allow growth and development, not just in Eagle County, but across the state, to become a precedent that destroys what critical habitat we've got left for these elk. It's your own manifest destiny to do what you can to stop that from happening.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Levitt.
thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Questions and comments for Mr. Levitt?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Eric Meyer, regarding Steamboat Trails project.
Hello. I hear a lot about trails lately, and I haven't been down to one of your commission meetings yet, but there's a lot of positive things going on up in Steamboat. It's not negative. You guys aren't getting the whole side of the story, and I hope as we go forward, we get both sides of the story. There's your recommendation of putting the trails over the habitat maps. That's a great recommendation, except that it's really not the trails that are affecting anything. It's the use on the trails and the use off the trails. So you can overlay those, and as long as you don't have counts and know who's going off trail, who's going on trail, and that kind of stuff, it can be interpreted wrong. So there's a lot of little nuances in this, and the studies that are often cited are in Vail, where you have the 7 disturbances or 10 disturbances. That's where you saw them give birth, essentially ran up to them and disturbed them right after birth. I often, up in Steamboat at least, it's a big old attack on mountain bikers. Mountain bikers are not leaving the trail in numbers at all. I mean, that's just what I've seen. When we start measuring that, which is a critical component of this conversation, you're going to find it's not mountain bikers leaving the trails. If that study's saying if you're leaving the trails and you're going right up to the birthing area, it's not a mountain biking problem. Now, I hike, I mountain bike, I fish, I small game hunt. You know, this conversation has gone off the wheels as far as recreation, and I view recreation across all aspects. Hunting is a recreation impact, and I often hear that kind of, oh, but we're on this other side. And we got to get out of that conversation before we move forward, or we're going to pit all recreationalists against each other, and that's what's happened in Steamboat. And the really unfortunate part about Steamboat, on the recreationalists, we've got poachers, we've got illegal trail builders, claiming elk we have to shut all down the trails because of elk. Well, these are people that have been fined by the Forest Service that are funding this effort, and the main reason I stopped by today, came down here, was you guys were presented from a group of those people at the April meeting, I believe. And it's a really one-sided story right now. We should be focusing on the successes. The Trail Maintenance Endowment Fund, we talked about we got to be able to maintain stuff. Well, we've raised $500,000 in like 4 years of private funds. We are not going to have a maintenance problem. That's indefinite. We're only using the interest on that to maintain the trails. There's a lot of ways to cover all the issues. And yeah, we got to stay out of migration corridors, but that doesn't mean blanket anywhere near Steamboat that someone who's poaching an animal, we shouldn't have a trail in. So anyway, we got a lot of issues to talk about. Hopefully we look in detail, and hopefully this commission is balanced and not looking at it one-sided. That's what I want to see. So hopefully I'll try to be a little bit more involved in the state trails aspect in this. I focused locally. But I was one of 2 people that put together the $5.1 million tax that we took to the vote and got that together. And, you know, all of a sudden seems to be blowing up in the last few minutes. There's mistakes made along the whole way that can be improved upon, but Anyway, we got to have more than a one-sided conversation about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Questions, comments? I know Chris Middendorf? Middledorf. I know he's been very involved in the effort in Steamboat as well from the CPW side. I know that as a mountain biker, and a number of us are mountain bikers, hikers, hunting, fishing, we all agree it's all a form of recreation. And yeah, like anything, there's always room for improvement. It's something that we are certainly focusing on as a commission and as an agency. We've put a lot more time and resource into it over the last handful of years than I think we did a couple decades ago. So thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. Okay. Let's move on to agenda number 31, the consent agenda. Does anyone have anything to pull off of the consent agenda or comments, questions on it? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hauser, second by Vigil. Voice vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Let's break for lunch. We'll come back from lunch, and Jake Matter will lead us into the afternoon. Time to come back from lunch. Oh, 12:30 is quick. 12:45, are we okay with 12?
Mandatory?
Can we do 12:45? Yeah, Jake's okay with that? 12:45. Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're having a lot of fun, it sounds like.
first thing we need to do is go into executive session, or do you want to make the
Yeah, let me provide the sort of prelude. So in 2018, the General Assembly imposed a requirement on boards and commissions to receive annual training and adopt written policies concerning what you do and the limitations on what you do, including the Open Records Act requirements and Open Meetings Law requirements. So today, I'm requesting that the commission go into executive session under the Open Meetings Law as authorized by Title 24, Article 6, Section 403A2, which enables the commission to receive legal advice in executive session. So with that, I would invite you to ask for a motion.
I'll entertain, I'll learn to speak. I'll entertain a motion to move into executive session. Moved by Commissioner Schaefer, second by Commissioner Vehil. We can do voice vote, right?
Yep.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? us know when we're back online. Okay, we're up.
This is Jake Matter from the Attorney General's office. I'm here with the commission. We've just concluded an executive session to receive legal advice concerning compliance with HB 181198, best practices for boards and commissions. We entered executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Law, Title 24, Article 6, Section 4023A2. No decisions were made.
Thank you. Before we adjourn, a couple of additional things. Commissioner Garcia, would you like to
Well, I
lead
had
us
two
through
things.
RAWA?
One is I just wanted to remind Laura that I have a personal request, and I'll run this through the director, but when we're in these meetings, lodging, pet-friendly would be nice. Thank you. And then if the director could help me with the second piece on what we were proposing to a resolution.
Thank you. We talked about, or I talked about last meeting, and Jeff may remind me, but the commission prior did a very global, I don't know if it was a resolution or a read on RAWA or Recovering America's Wildlife Act. So you don't have to do anything, but if you wanted to, you could do a fresh resolution, a statement of support for that legislation in the House currently. And, you know, we could, I suspect we could actually write that up and do it. Good, okay. Would we do that here or just send it out and do that via? Perfect, let's plan on that.
Okay.
Correct.
Do not reply all. Okay, thank you. The other point of business, we've talked in the past a little bit about a couple of subcommittees. Of course, there's going to be one that will have probably one meeting between now and November on Parks Pass that we talked about yesterday. In September, we talked about 3 different potential subcommittees, one being on governance, and really this would be kind of the commissioner's handbook. So taking a lot of that information that we have under reference materials and orientation and all these different things that we have on the iPad and putting them into a more flip-through friendly or some kind of a commissioner handbook to quickly get to information. It may also, governance may also cover different regulatory items that we want to look at from a commission perspective. Another subcommittee that has been discussed around strategic planning. If you recall, we did a big strategic planning effort a few years ago led by Jody Kennedy, and it's going to be time here pretty soon to be looking at their strategic plan again. So as we're thinking about how, when we make decisions and direction as a commission, how does that line up with the strategic plan we have, and how do things line up with any changes we're going to make to the next round of strategic planning? And then a third subcommittee I've heard discussed, and these would all be subcommittees that would probably meet more than once. It might meet for a limited time until their objective is complete, or that might be an ongoing committee. The third one I've talked about is herd management plans. At one point, and I'll need some help on this, at one point we talked about having a subcommittee that would really dig deeper into the HMPs. Earlier today, we had the 2 herd management plans from Alan, which were fantastic. I thought he did a great job presenting those. Gave me a really nice overview. I was able to understand what was happening and vote on it. What we've talked about is a subcommittee that would really ask some of the deeper questions and spend some more time on it. So I don't know if that's still of interest or not, but those are the 3 I've heard. Happy to work with Dan and Jeff to figure out how to put those into action, perhaps at starting at the November meeting, but wanted to just get some quick feedback and discussion around those. Commissioner Schaefer.
Just a question. I'm vaguely recollecting the discussion about herd management plans. Was the idea for this subcommittee to do a sort of initial review so that they could be placed on the consent agenda?
I think that was, yeah, I think
I can't remember what the discussion was.
that does sound familiar. Commissioner Vigil.
I don't know if I agree with that. If there's a herd management in the southern half of the state, a herd management plan, I want to look at it. So, and in the case of some of the problems we're having with ALK recruitment, I look at all of them in detail. So I don't want to let a subcommittee do it. I want to look at it.
And then pull them off into consent.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't know if I want them on the consent.
Are others happy with?
The herd management plans are so important, I think, that we ought to review them and ask questions when it's presented.
Have them be on the agenda. Commissioner Bray?
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's okay to have a subcommittee delve deeper into them, but I wouldn't want them on the consent agenda as a final.
Okay. Well, I'll take that off of my list. Commissioner Garcia?
Oh, okay, because my concern is timing. I'll be honest, without Commissioner Bray and Commissioner Vigil, it's going to be a whole new ballgame. And so if we were going to do one, I'd want a commitment from the two of them, and it'd have to be done in the next 9 months.
Okay, I'll take that one off. We'll leave. I think Reed, go ahead.
Thank you, Assistant Director DeWalt. Just to remind the Commission, we're going to have a large number of those plans coming forward. There may be as many as 8 to 10 at certain meetings, and that's going to be a considerable amount of time in some of the upcoming meetings in the next year. So there's numerous one of those that are coming before the Commission here soon.
8 to 10 herd management plans at one meeting.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle that. Is this going to be after next June?
No.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Well, then I'd suggest that we look back at the meeting today and the recording made of the herd management plans that were presented and copy that exact formula for those 8. I know they're really long. You expect us to read all the material, and we should, and everybody should have already read the herd management plan, have their questions ready. Can't remember the presenter's name.
Alan Vitt.
Alan's approach today of hitting the high points of summary, getting to the direct action that would need to be taken, I thought addressed it really well, put us in a good spot to move forward. And, you know, they're not all presented that way. Some people really get into it and almost start to recite it page by page. So that would be awesome if you could do it that way, Reed.
And that's great feedback, and I appreciate that. We're actually working on that as a template. We keep refining it over the last few meetings, trying to get it down to like 5 slides, just the high points. We're also working internally on a reduction in the size of those, the amount of reading, so that they're not 60 pages. They may be 3 to 10 pages or something.
Executive summary.
Yeah, an executive summary or something like that.
I'll make sure I work on the agenda too. Maybe if we've got 10 of them, we do 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, 2 in the, so we don't do all 10 all at once. But Reed, we can talk about that.
Sure.
I saw one other. Commissioner Haskett.
Is it possible that we could get those earlier than we send out the packet on the agenda? Because we only get those about a week ahead of time, and that is a lot of reading to catch up on.
Yeah, certainly. I think that's something we can take into consideration. We're looking as whether they have to go to our internal regulation review currently, and if we change some of that, the Commission can see those much earlier than you are now. We're also looking at a schedule so you can see what's coming up into the next month or then the next year, what DAUs will be coming forward.
Right, and we also at one point talked about trying to make parts of these herd management plans where they could be changed instead of just every 10 years because of all the changes we're having out there on the landscape. Are we doing that?
We're working on that as well, more on an adaptive approach to herd management planning. We haven't created that yet, but we do have an internal committee that's working on that as well within terrestrial.
Okay, and I have one more question. Are we
Sure.
working on any predator plans?
That's a good question. There are some lion plans coming forward, and I believe there are some bear plans. As you'll remember, we tabled the statewide lion plan. We have not renewed that discussion currently, but we're considering that. But I do know there's some lion plans that are coming forward in the next year.
I hope bear.
I think there are some bear as well. Just off the top of my head, I don't know, but they're regularly scheduled as well.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Adams.
I do see some advantages of having a herd management subcommittee, not so much just the plans. There's so many other pieces in conversations like that I think we could benefit from having more opportunities to talk about it outside of making a decision or having an information session. I just don't really feel like these meetings are an opportunity to really dig deeply. And although I would appreciate an executive summary and a shorter report, I think there are some of us who would also appreciate the more extended version. So, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm just offering that because it is such a critical thing, because you know, things happen, and I just feel like, as a commissioner who's coming in, and that's not my my area of expertise, having opportunities to have more extended time to dig more deeply into some of the issues, and not only related to the plans themselves, but also thinking about it at the aggregate. Like, I feel like we talk about it like piecemeal, and there's not really times to talk about, you know,
How it all fits together.
yeah, how all the pieces kind of fit together. So anyway, I mean, I'm not saying we have to have this. I'm just suggesting, you know, either that or more times to do the education sections.
I was going to say, maybe what I'm hearing is earlier when we talked about the 2020 schedule, we talked about making sure we go to 2 full-day meetings and having workshop opportunities like we've done in the past. You know, when we do have a lot of these herd management plans coming up, when we're setting the agenda, we can think about having a half-day as a workshop on it, perhaps. Something to keep in mind. So when they come up, let's see how we can address that as opposed to a subcommittee. Okay, so then between now and then, we'll also talk about what a strategic planning subcommittee would really be, because that's a big, broad thing, and then what a governance and subcommittee would be. Commissioner Haskett, thank you.
I said this before, I think, but if in your area or somewhere close to you, they have meetings about these herd management plans, and I think that would be really helpful to you if you could go to one of those, because it explains a lot of what work goes into it, even in more depth than trying to read it. It can explain how they come to all of these
And those
decisions.
meetings are in the commission calendar, typically, right, Rebecca? When there's a herd management plan meeting, I've just noticed them in this commission calendar, because I know Rebecca updates them, well, or whoever will be the next Rebecca.
Awesome, thank you.
But the next Rebecca will also be doing that, because you're moving into a different role, correct? Yes. Congratulations, by the way, on that. Okay. So they should be in the commission calendar as well.
Okay.
So that'll be helpful. I had 2 more quick things. One, I already mentioned the workshop. If you recall, Chairman Howard and the forums that he talked about, we did the state parks and we did the recreation. I will continue to talk with Dan and Jeff about a forum perhaps for, well, January might be soon, but maybe a March forum. I would like to continue that forum concept. I think that was a great thing for us. I think we all learned a lot in those forums. And then the last thing is, we've mentioned it a few
Wait,
times.
I'm sorry, before we move on to another topic, we met this morning again around these forums, and one of the challenges that I'm having is what part of the forum is commissioner-driven and what part is staff-driven, which is to say, one of the challenges that we were facing is that for the forum we were discussing, it felt like it was more of a staff responsibility than it is. So if the staff isn't bought in, if they're not, you know, then it feels very top-heavy. So just getting more clarification on forums as a concept, what our expectations are around them, what our intended outcomes are for us as commissioners, for the people who are going to be involved, how it aligns to our overarching strategic plan. Those are things that I would like to have a further discussion on, as opposed to just having more of something.
Yeah, and it may be helpful to look back at you know, we've only done 2 of them. We just started them last summer. So, you know, may look back on what we did in the first 2, what worked, what didn't, what was commission, what was staff. So we'll have to look back at some of them. I think they're a really good idea. I'd like to continue them, and we'll continue to refine them as we go. So I think that's good to start to use, you know, some of your suggestions to start creating kind of a rubric or a matrix to understand how we're doing these forums, their efficacy, and those things. So yeah, thank you for that feedback. We'll continue on that. The last thing was we talked about Trails Committee and having a liaison from the commission. And I'd like to make that happen because I think the Trails Committee is going to start, isn't the Trails Committee going to be gathering?
September 20th, I believe, if my memory serves correct, in Colorado Springs.
Yeah, that's going to be, that's pretty soon.
Pretty much.
So I
Where,
would
how often?
do Margaret Taylor.
Margaret Taylor. Statutorily, we're required to have 4 meetings per year, but a lot of times it's 5.
And when do we receive the grants for the Trails Committee to review? Like, what's the best time for a liaison to join in so they're not jumping in middle of a big rapid?
So I think what's best for the liaison is for them to commit to attending the State Trails Committee meetings, which are, 4 to 5 times a year. And then there's subcommittee meetings for all 3 of the grant programs or 4 of the grant programs right now. But I don't think that the person would have to attend all of those subcommittee meetings. So the main thing is just being there as the liaison for the actual State Trails Committee meetings.
And that's at Broadway?
When is the next one and where are they?
So they're usually in the Denver metro area and they move around. We do have one traveling meeting and that's in September, and this year it's in Colorado Springs, but that does move around the state. So most of the meetings are in the Denver metro area.
And are they accessible electronically? Are you doing any kind of video?
Are they all in person or can any of them be called?
They are not broadcast like these are. So they would mostly be in person, but we do sometimes do the old Tupperware and the phone deal, so someone can be patched in by a phone.
And what we've tried to do, and what I'd like to do, if we can, if you're already on, like we last time we had the Colorado Natural Areas Program. So if you're already on GOCO or Natural Areas Program or some of these other liaison, if someone else is interested, to just so everyone can have a chance at serving on different committees.
Were you not on it? I'm sorry. I thought you were.
No, I was on Natural Areas Program for a while.
I thought you were on Trails. No?
Nope, never been on Trails.
The last commissioner we had was Commissioner Pribble, so it's been a while.
Is there anybody?
I volunteered at the last meeting. Don't take it from me.
No.
I told Margaret I would do it until you ride.
Commissioners Blecka and Garcia just pinky wrestled, and Blecka's definitely won.
Thank you. No, you're perfect. Thank you.
Who's on the natural areas?
Charlie is doing both GOCO and Natural Areas Commission, or Council. Okay, thank you.
So it's Commissioner Blecka?
It's Commissioner Blecka. Thank you so much.
Great, thanks.
Okay, sorry to keep you guys late, running through all my items. Anyone else have any items before we adjourn? Commissioner Behill.
Tell Ann, should I be back down in Denver?
Unacceptable. Try again. We'll Tupperware phone you in. Thanks, everyone.
Somebody on the moon.
Meeting adjourned.